Okay. So yeah, Jubo, what I did was I backed myself up to a wall so that my dwarf was out of the picture and just sat there through the day cycle. So yeah, you saw the troll should have started in the dark and then faded, the light fades in and then eventually it'll fade out. I'm not too happy with the cuts on it right now, but maybe I'll get better at that in the future. Oh, and then if you guys want to see the Be Right Back screens, so there you're seeing the tavern scene that I added my logo to. The tavern scene. And this is just a continuous loop. Doesn't change beyond what you're seeing here. Thanks, Jubo. And then I'll switch to the forge one. This is the one that you see the dwarf in. It doesn't really matter how long you make the video clips, Jubo. You just want to cut them where it's going to look good when they loop. So he runs over to the furnace, and he crouches down like he's tending to the furnace. And then he gets back up, and he runs over to the other side because that's where the bellows are. And then he runs back to here, crouches down again. And then he comes back to the forge. And then I had that dwarf open the crafting menu so that he would start hammering on the forge. And then right before he starts hammering is where I made the cut. And then everything after that cut I looped. So he will just continue to hammer on that forge for the rest of this. For like 20 minutes I stretched it out to. So, and then after 20 minutes I can set it to loop, so then he would disappear and then he would run back onto the screen from the left, and that's how that works. And again, what I did here was I built a wall behind where my dwarf is so that I could back up to it, and then I crouched down to get my head out of the frame. And then I also cropped the frame. That's how I got the hotbar out of there and everything like that. And then so that was my dwarf on my Epic account. And then I opened my Steam account, right? The Epic game is hosted online. Then I opened my Steam account and joined the game with the dwarf that you see at the forge. And that's how I got to do that. And the other way you could do it is, if you don't have two accounts, is you could have another dwarf. You could have another player come in and do all the stuff for you. So, but yeah, that's how I did all that. And then my new logo was designed by Nolia's friend, Nolia Blues friend, Special K. I need to add her information to my YouTube channel, but I'm gonna start sharing all her information. So anybody else that wants to get some art commissioned can hit her up. She was very reasonably priced and she was really easy to work with. So thanks to Special K. Alright. I think today is when we start destroying trolls. Need to offload some stuff. The build is starting to fall apart again, Jubo. Not nearly as bad as it was, and not in the same places. But I just need to be done and get it delivered. Meaning deliver the save file to the Brawlers that have PC, and then get it hosted on my dedicated server, so that console players that are in the guild can start taking advantage of it too. But some of this stuff out front had exploded the last time I came in. You can see that on the end of the stream from last night when I took Nolia and Davey on a tour. These balconies up here exploded. And then I had some stuff. Oh, we got some stuff breaking again, it looks like. Maybe I just didn't pick this up because my backpack is full. Hopefully that's the case. But we had this column exploded. Davey replaced that for me while he was in here. And then I had some stuff up here break. Some of the lattice work and crown work. I don't know if you can hear my dogs barking in the background. They're barking at the coyotes that are howling outside. It's a nightly occurrence. So we're going to do a little bit of lag going on there. I'm also building a new PC, so I don't know if that's going to fix any of my issues, having a more powerful machine, but can't hurt. I don't know if I want to. I think I want to keep it the same size, but I need to put a bigger fire in there. Let's unload some of this backpack first. Somewhere where I won't forget to clean it up when I'm done. I better leave those fat stack ingots in here. I uninstalled the fat stacks mod because I plan on filling some chests tonight, and I'm not going to put fat stacks in those chests because I don't want it to cause problems for any players that get this world that aren't using the fat stacks mod. So it's easier to make smaller stacks when you don't have the fat stacks mod. I'll show you how to do that in a little bit. But here's the problem: when you have fat stacks in your inventory and you don't have the fat stacks mod installed, these two pieces of stone should have went into the same slot and stacked with each other, but they don't because of the fat stacks and the lack of the mod, which makes it a giant pain in the butt. What's really going to be a giant pain in the butt is picking up this coal. Yeah, see, they picked it up in full stacks of 30, and now I can't, because I don't have fat stacks installed, I can't stack it, but that's alright. So, maybe we can fit 2 pallets of coal in here. Not sure that's going to happen. Yep, barely. We'll take what we can get. She is angry, isn't she? Put that coal and stone a little further away from everything. She's the only one out there barking now. The other ones are laying next to my chair, looking at me like, will you tell her it's not worth it? Hey, Ponchitsu doesn't care, though. She's a savage. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. I agree, Jubo. Hopefully she's done. What is that down there? Oh, I did lose some lattice work there, didn't I? Did I? Oh, I didn't. Everything looks good there. Oh, that's that coal and stone that I picked up that wouldn't go into my inventory. Cleaned out my backpack for the stream last night. Which backpack are you talking about, Jubo? Oh, you mean with my dev items and stuff like that? Yeah. I I try not to show too much of that on stream, especially when we're doing it to the Steam store. And I really only keep that stuff in on my dwarf in my build streams. Doing playthroughs, I try to avoid that stuff, with the exception of that dev pick and that sandbox game. And I'm not afraid to show off the epic items in any slot mod either. I mean, it's available to anybody, and people can choose whether or not they use it. So, okay, let's try something different here. Let's do. I do like that granite crowned piece. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. Pretty sure that chest down there is full. You can see how aggravating this gets. When Fat Stacks was not working, I used to make a point to hang my backpack and then carry an empty backpack with me. No worries, Gingy, I get it. Mine are all older now, but I understand. Ooh, you guys get to watch how the sausage is made on this one, which isn't always entertaining. Well, that's about all I can hope for, is that people are enjoying it. And if they're enjoying it and learning something from it, then even better. Why isn't that going to snap? There we go. Alright. Now let's squeeze that coal pellet in there. See, this is how I had it built the first time. And then I forgot that I had shrunk it and didn't make it that full floor tile sized. And that's why it looked stupid. What am I doing? Stone floor tile, that's what I'm looking for. That's awesome, Gingy. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Now, the question is, camp hearth? Don't punch it. Not very often you hear me say that. Oh no. You gotta keep a notepad next to the bed now, Jubo. Can't let that genius slip away. Alright, well, might as well get another chest out, because I'm going to have to destroy that pallet too. Is that when your stream is, Jubo? Is Monday, or is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's Sunday, right? That ought to be plenty far enough, right? Let's just try before we get too crazy. Alright, that should be good. Okay. Speaking of audio, is my audio good enough, loud enough? I know I tend to talk quiet sometimes as well. Good, thank you. Thanks, Shinji. Come on, give me that pallet. Don't do this to me. I had to go to YouTube and search for a video on an OBS video to teach me how to adjust my mic volume. And I mean, it definitely helped, but, and I couldn't tell you what settings I adjusted at this point in time. Like, all I can do is tell you how I searched for the video, but, which is my same method for every video that I search for on YouTube when I'm trying to learn how to do something. And that is type in the thing that I want to do and then look for videos that are under 10 minutes long, and the newer the better. Yeah, I don't remember having to adjust my gain at all, Jubo. I mean, I could definitely be forgetting, but I mean, I think I did adjust my gain, but not because the video told me to. Because I hate the sound of my voice, and adjusting the gain changed it a little bit. Not enough, but a little bit. Oh, there goes the Shih Tzu again. Oh, she's got her golden doodle brother in on the action now. Let's try this. I went to YouTube and typed in how to, what did I type? Let me think about that for a minute. I think it might have been mic settings in OBS Studio, or improving mic volume in OBS Studio, something to that effect. I'll go back and look and see if I can find the video that if I find it, I'll send it to you, but oh, that's not going to go back there. Son of a... Alright, well, I can select the palette. I have a feeling this isn't going back, though. Oh, it is. Hooray. Now you just went back there a second ago. I play this stupid game. Yeah, that's way off. Let's see how it looks when we get the column bases in here. Column crowns. Alright, there we go. That's better. I mean, it's still kind of the focal point of the room, but I feel much better about it than what I had before. Now, what color of rug? It bothers me that the rugs are different sizes and that the rugs are different colors for different patterns. Like, we have the green knot rug, which I love, but why can't I get the same pattern in the same size in blue? And why can't I get the big carpet in green? And why can't I get this long rug in any color besides white or black? Absolutely, Jubo. That's what I said the other day. Yeah, you're right, it would be. But I was just trying to come up with a way to gamify it. Like, maybe your ink grinder only dyes rugs if you have a certain size hearth in your base. Like, you have to have the grand hearth in a base for it to work on rugs. Or flags. Or banners. You're not wrong, Gingy. Okay, let's go. Just so I'm not beating my head against the wall anymore. Let's go stock some ingots. I don't know if you guys saw this yet. I did some building off stream. I know, I'm sorry. But this is going to be the ingot storage. So, oh, now you're going to make me go back and check. What is that? What's going on there? Is that what you were talking about, Jubo? That is ugly. Like, what was even the purpose of that? Yeah, it was right there in the corner, wasn't it? Yeah, we don't need that there. Main arch. Here? Oh, I don't think I ever put crowns on this because I felt like it took away from the Three Peaks design. Where are we at? Because the top is bigger than the bottom. I mean, maybe not. You tell me what you think. We'll get out and get a broader view of it. Kind of breaks up the Three Peaks design, doesn't it? Am I just being picky? Now you have me thinking. Yeah, that would look terrible anyways. Take the top out. I agree, ladies. Thank you. Pretty sure that was granite from the column that I just took out. So up here we have ingot storage. We have iron ingots, steel, copper, bronze, silver, Shinor, Kazid, Nogrod, Durnal, Star Metal. Really wish that lamp would stay lit. Yeah, Genji, chests make more sense. Pallets take up too much room. I like pallet to show what's there, and then chests for everything else. We got 2 pallets of gold ingots in here and 1 of mithril. You know, I thought about leaving a pathway in here so you could walk around without walking all over the gold, but that wasn't very Scrooge McDuck of me, so I filled the floor. Alright, let's see here. We're going to have to start dropping some backpacks for some of this stuff. Not enough gold, Gingy says. Well, we can fix that. Alright, so this is for these 2 chests are going to be for iron. So I have 750. No, I don't have 700. Okay, time to get the backpacks out. Have a good night, Gingy. And for the record, I know Mimir has a lot of gold, but you know what he doesn't have? A membership to the BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild. That's right, Jubo. Speaking of the BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild, we're working on some new challenges. Oh, sorry. Now I'm realizing Chubo is going to bed. I thought Gingy was going to bed. I've been harassing Mimir to join the BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild for a solid 2 months, maybe longer. So Strider and I were working on a challenge today. We're going to, so it's going to be set up in stages, but the first stage is you start a fresh world with a naked dwarf, and you go in and you basically bare knuckle brawl any enemies you come across in Westgate. In that whole section from the aftermath to the Elven Quarter, not into the Elven Quarter, just up to the Elven Quarter. Once you have all of the map uncovered, the challenge is over. And however many enemies you've defeated is your score. And then, so the conditions are you can sleep once on day 2, and you get the morning of day 2. If you sleep after that, you're going to trigger a siege, and that could really destroy you real quick. So sleep on the morning of day 2. You can eat a meal that morning when you wake up, and then destroy your hearth so that you don't get that siege, and then work your way through the western halls. You don't get to sleep anymore. You don't get to cook meals anymore. You can eat any food that you find, like raw. You can eat any rations that you find. You can use any box that you find. You can't have any weapons. You can't have any armor. And yeah, you're going for wolves, badger hogs, and the goblins that are running around in there. And bats if they happen to show up. I had a bat show up on me today. So, yeah. If you die, challenge is over. You have to start fresh. If you uncover the entire map without dying, you take your score. You get 1 point per monster killed. The snack rats don't count, and the deer don't count, because sometimes you get deer in the western halls too. But bats, goblins, wolves, and badger hogs. And then people try it, and whoever has the highest score gets a title. So like champion of Westgate. And then I came up with some other title ideas that I can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll do one for Westgate. We might do one for the Elven Quarter. We'll definitely do one for the mines. And then every area after that. So well, I think this one will be more fun than the Drake, but I don't know if it's going to be easier than the Drake. And it is going to be on normal difficulty, I think. It might be on hard, but at least normal. So Genji, that's kind of the challenge that I set from Amir. I don't know if you've looked at my challenge in the Discord, but the we're not going to be able to do that yet. But the Bare Knuckle Brawlers Guild, to enter, you have to defeat the bear, barehanded without armor. Have a good night, Jubo. So that's what I've been challenging Mimir to, but he still hasn't taken me up on it. Okay, so this is how we do this with fat stacks, or without fat stacks. I have 9,995 iron ingots. I'm going to take one at a time and put it in each one of these chest slots. Again, this only works when you have a fat stack of materials, but you do not have the fat stacks mod installed. So, well, if they both record it and they do it per the challenge rules, they could both be members of the guild. Alright, so now I take the fat stack and I try to stack it onto this one, and it should only stack to a full stack, which should be 30. And there we go. I might actually be able to do... why is it not going to let me do that? I was hoping I was going to be able to do deposits similar. I wonder if I can do that on the second chest. So it's not going to give me the deposit similar. That's lame. Fat Stacks is a mod on PC. Are you a console player, Gingy? I guess I've never heard you talk about what platform you play on. Why does that deposit similar go away when I put the stack down? That's dumb. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you can't get mods on a console, unfortunately. But if you went into a world that had fat stacks, let's say you go into the warehouse, Lionheart's warehouse, and you grab one of his fat stacks of whatever, say iron ingots, since that's what we're working with, you could put that fat stack in a backpack and you could take it into your world on your console game. The problem you run into is the problem that I was showing earlier with picking things up. Since I don't have the mod installed right now and I'm dealing with these fat stacks, stuff just doesn't stack properly. So it can be kind of a pain. So what I did when Fat Stacks mod wasn't working was I would hang my backpacks like this wherever I was building. I would have a backpack full of fat stacked materials like this one right here on the ground. Or, no, the one that I'm wearing. And this is pretty much everything you need to build. There might be a few things missing here, but there's no gems and stuff like that for making rugs or map stones or anything like that. But everything else is here. So I would take this backpack, I would hang it on a wall to display, and then you can pull from it just like you can pull from a chest or a pallet when you're building, as long as it's within the hearth radius that you're in. So then I wouldn't have to worry about the stuff not stacking properly, like when I was building something and destroying it to fix it and things like that. So And then if you, so with you being on console, if you chose to become a member of the BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild, I'm making this world to give a copy of the save file to all the members of the guild. But I'm certain that we have some guild members that are on console and not on PC, so I can't give it to them. So it wouldn't really be fair. So what I'm doing to make up for that is I'm going to host this world when it's complete, when I'm done with it, on a dedicated server. And then anybody can access it. And this world is going to be set up like a small warehouse. It's not going to be anything like Lionheart's warehouse. Nothing that extravagant. But all the stacks are going to be normal size, so that people that don't or can't have the mod don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. And then also, I did a speed run on this world. So all of the challenge creatures, the trolls and the drakes and the fell beasts and the troll king and all the orc war chiefs and all that kind of stuff. I didn't kill them all. I didn't kill any of them. So every time I reload this world, all those creatures will be respawned in their normal spots, and I'll have map stones near them. So if somebody wants to do a challenge, they can jump into the dedicated server and go to that challenge beast. Or if Jubo has a copy of the save file and you wanted to do a challenge, she could host an online game and bring you into that world, and you could do the challenge. It should work out pretty well. Whoops. Got them all. Just make this a little easier. Oh, that's rough. That'd drive me crazy. I just added up my total hours for the game the other day, which I bought the game in early November, mid-November of 2023, shortly after it came out, about a month after release. And I have, between my Epic account and my Steam account, I have about 2,000 hours wrapped up in this game. So I'm a little bit addicted. It's not technically a problem until I admit it, right? And don't say it like that. Give me a complex. In my defense, I don't work. So usually during school hours, I am home by myself. That was nice of you. I've bought it for all of my kids and a few friends. I mean, I thoroughly enjoy playing it by myself, but it is way more fun with other people to play with. If I could type. That's a full-time job, Gingy. You can't say you don't work. And an important job. That's a full-time job with lots of overtime. On call 24/7. I have 3 kids, but they're all in junior high and high school, so the biggest part of that job at this point in time is going to all the sporting events. Because they are all 3 in at least one sport at a time. Sometimes 2, sometimes as many as 3. So practices and events and tournaments. Yeah, I definitely have respect for anybody that does the stay-at-home parent thing. And that respect only goes up if it's multiple children or special needs children. I don't have any special needs children myself, but my wife has some special needs people in her family that I've seen how trying that can be. But they're the greatest people too. Yeah, it's a rough thing to... It's a rough situation to come back from and want to try again. Sounds like you've handled it as well as anybody can hope to. There's a lot of people in this world that would have let it just destroy their life. And I don't know that you can blame them, but... Siege. Did Alaskan Care get in the chat? We'll find out when there's a troll here. All the way over there? That doesn't make any sense.
We got orcs.
I don't have that right pack with me. No speed boots. That's a lot of bears. Oh no.
That's all you got.
Somebody get inside. Oh, they're just over here destroying the outhouse. Oh. Why did they siege all the way over here? That makes no sense. Come on, big fella. Hey, uppers. Let's go find that other one before he decides to break something. He may have despawned. Nope, there he is. Okay. I was working in Narvi's Forge, Eppers, and I got a siege all the way over at the Hunter's Lodge. And on my way over there, I passed 2 wandering bears. Not including the bears that I have at the bear dens in this Elven Quarter. Oh no. Oh. As you can see, Eppers, things have been falling apart again. So, I've decided that it is time to call this world done and deliver it. So that's what we're trying to do here. Remember what I have here. Oh, look at all that dust. Well, last night when I showed it, there was some stuff that had fallen apart, but this just fell apart while that siege was happening, I think. Yeah, for sure. None of that up there fell down, so that was good. These balconies, this wooden railing and some of these floor tiles broke. And some of the, like, I lost my flags on the front of the building and stuff like that. It definitely could have been and has in the past been much worse. Feels like there's still something missing there. No, I guess not. All right, where were we? Evers, remind me, are you on console or PC? I think you're on PC. So, I already explained this to Gingy, but what I'm doing is I'm stocking the warehouse portions of the BearKnuckle Brawlers world, which in order to do, because I didn't want to stock it with fat stacks, because if somebody's not using fat stacks or can't use fat stacks because they're on console, I wanted them to not have trouble with the stack sizes. So to do that, I uninstalled fat stacks from my machine, and I'm still carrying the fat stacks, as you can see, but it makes it easier to make normal sized stacks, because what I do is I break this fat stack down and put one in each slot of this chest. This would work for somebody grabbing a fat stack from Lionheart's warehouse too. And then I take the fat stack and I try to stack it on top of these singles, and it will only stack to the normal stack size of 30. Hey Calvin, how's it going? Long time no see, Calvin. I know I haven't been around streaming much lately, but hopefully that changes this coming week. I'm trying to get myself on a schedule. I appreciate that, Calvin. I don't think I have knock rod ingots in this pack, so let's go grab a different pack. Not in that pack. Not in that pack. There we go. Peppers, Strider and I started working on a new BearKnuckle Brawlers challenge today, starting to test it. Let me know if you're interested in a sneak peek explanation of that. So, the idea is it'll require you to start a new world. You'll start, so the first part of the challenge is the Westgate challenge. That's not an official name, that's just what I'm using to explain it to you right now. The Westgate challenge will be starting a new world with a fresh dwarf, naked dwarf, and you only get to sleep. Come on, what's going on here? You only get to sleep one time on the morning of the second day, the morning of day 2. The reason for that is if you sleep later than that, you're going to risk triggering a siege, and that probably means challenge failure. You get to eat one time. Well, you get to eat a meal one time. So before you go to sleep, you can cook yourself breakfast or cook yourself a meal. And then sleep, wake up, eat it, and then you don't get to eat any more cooked food. From there on, you can only eat raw food, like eat a raw mushroom or a sunyan or something like that to refill your health bar, your food bar, so you don't starve to death. You don't take damage from starving. And then you can eat any rations that you happen to find. You can't make rations, but if you find them, you can make them. Or if you find them, you can eat them. And then you can also use a box that you find. But that's it. Nothing else to give you any buffs. And then the goal is to work your way around the map of Westgate, uncovering the whole map. Once you've uncovered the whole map, the challenge is over. Or if you die, the challenge is over. You score points in the challenge by defeating monsters, defeating enemies. Wolves, badger hogs, goblins, bats. You don't get points for snack rats. You don't get points for deer. And then the person with the most points gets to claim the title of Champion of Westgate. And then you get to hold that title until somebody else comes along and beats your score. And then there will be challenges later for the Elven Quarter, the Mines of Moria, and then the Lower Deeps, and Dwaro Delph, and Barazinbar. So we might have to break some of those other areas down into smaller areas. Like Dwaro Delph will probably have to be broken down into the Eastern Bastion and Dwaro Delph and the Desolation. It will not be on a specific seed, so that could be an advantage or a disadvantage to you. Yeah, no specific seed, because we don't want anybody to be able to plan their run. So I'm even toying with the idea of if you die before you've uncovered the map, before you've completed the challenge, you're not allowed to use the same seed to rerun the challenge. And of course, you're doing this all bare-knuckle brawler style. No, definitely no weapons. I think we're going to do it on normal difficulty. We might bump it up to hard, but probably normal. Hard gets a little hairy. I got killed by 4 goblins and a wolf earlier, so when I was doing some testing on hard. Yeah, probably normal difficulty. I want to look back at my message with Strider quick because I come up with a couple names for the titles. They're just tentative names. They're not necessarily going to be... They're not set in stone. Sorry, I got a message from Gaming Grandma. I want to answer her quick. Alright. Where are those titles at? Champion of Westgate, Guardian of Narvi's Forge, and Slayer of the Mines. Tentative titles. If you guys hear a Discord notification go off, point it out to me, please, in case I miss it. Gaming Grandma is looking for Belghost Forge and Sandbox. I missed her last message by 46 minutes, so try not to leave her hanging. Two more chests to go. There we go. Ingots are stocked. Thanks, uppers. Okay. Now to decide how many of each gem. How many stacks of each gem. So, precious gems in the ornate chests, and we have 6 of those. How many precious gems do we have? 1, 2, 3, so 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Treat Nihilite like a precious gem. Just trying to determine how to divide them up. Let me think on that for a minute. What? There we go. Coal's in the other pack. Nope. You have coal in here. Alright. Why can't we have easily divisible numbers of gems? Discord notification. Just offered Gaming Grandma to go help her in her world. See what she says. If she says yes, I'll ask her if she cares if I stream it. She might be recording a solo video series though, so she might tell me no. She might tell me no for any reason. That's okay. Okay. Shouldn't have done that last row. It's alright. Yeah, I think she's in the Pacific Northwest. Sorry, responding to Gaming Grandma again. She is off the game for the night. She may send me her world seed later. I think I'm going to finish filling this chest and then maybe jump on my sandbox game for, I don't know, maybe an hour or so, a little less than an hour maybe. This is getting tedious. It's tedious for me. I can only imagine how much fun it is for you guys. You wanted to join me to help find its Gaming Grandma's Belagos Forge, Eppers? Is that what you're saying? Unfortunately, she was already off the game, so she's not going to give me the seed until tomorrow. Well, if that's what you want to do, we can do that. If you're available right now. Yeah. We are going to keep streaming if that's okay with you. Oh, you're welcome to use your headset, uppers. That's all I use is a headset. Let me know when you're getting close to logging on, uppers, and I'll pop out and post the game online and send you the code. I don't know if I have any feathers. I don't have any feathers. Alright, well, I'm going to log off now and go get some feathers. Not sure how I overlooked stocking those.
I need a torch. Too dark for dwarf eyes.
No feathers in there. Let me switch to a different screen momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, no worries, Zeppers. I put the code in DM in Discord. Hello.
No.
How's it going?
Good overall. Still waking up. Uh, but I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Doing well.
Doing well.
Yep.
Okay, where should I go?
Um, where are you at?
I'm at the aftermath.
Okay, so there should be a map stone there, right?
Yes.
Um,
I
you can go to if you turn around from where you spawned in at, there should be one in the back corner. Um,
Mhm.
and you can travel to the Western Halls, Mead Hall, and Hunter's Lodge, I think is what it says.
Yeah. All right, on my way. Time is it for you now?
It is 10 minutes to midnight.
Oh wow. Well, you've got teenage kids, right? They want to sleep in the
Right, right.
morning.
Yeah, and they're halfway across the state. They went to the state wrestling tournament this weekend.
Right.
And I stayed home with the dogs. So their mom took them out
Yeah.
there and I stayed home with the dogs.
So you've got the dogs waking you because they want to go for a walk
Yep.
and want food, probably.
Right, right. But they're pretty low maintenance. My wife is calling me right now, so give me a moment. I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back.
Well, and suddenly I was alone with you guys. I am not following the stream on YouTube at the same time because I have one screen and I was too tired to set that up right now. Let's see if we can find Xbeard. Put that down. Nope. Here was the door. I've been here before, but only once. No, this was not the door. Wait, where are the stairs? I walked up the stairs. I am so confused. This is you're getting a very unfiltered early morning version of me. Oh, geez, those were the flags, I think. I seriously just got up, made myself a coffee, took care of the cats. Well, where is that wolf? There you are. Am I going the wrong way? I thought he went in here. Found him. um,
All right, sorry about that.
no worries.
One of these packs, I'm not sure which one. I think it's this upper one here. Will have precious gems and semi-precious gems in it. And then that stuff is going over in the opposite corner of the forge that we're in right now. And I'll let you choose how you want to split it up.
So you don't have to decide
Exactly.
Well, in that case, you can't complain. However, I choose to do
And
it.
I won't complain because it's going to turn out better than I would have done it. So.
You don't know about that. I insist we'll have some ale at some point because when I was watching, it was like it would be so much more fun if we're two people and we can drink in between and
Right.
sing songs.
Absolutely. So I was
Okay.
gonna say precious gems in the ornate chest and semi-precious gems in the wooden chest, but if there's some overlap there because of the bad math, then that's
Mm-hmm.
fine. That's absolutely okay.
All right.
So I'm gonna go finish stocking the stone and the wood up there, and then we will go find something to drink and maybe go stock the hunter's lodge.
All right. That's good. Well, okay. I've managed to get the chat open on my phone, so if any of you people there have opinions on how I should fill this, you're welcome to tell me. And I may or may not listen to it. Apologies.
Oh, you don't have to apologize for that. I do that all the time. Ask for opinions and then discard them if I don't agree.
But usually it just helps to form a better opinion myself. Like even if I'm like,
Exactly.
okay,
Yep.
actually I don't want this, then I realize why I don't want it.
Yep. Even if I don't take the chat's opinion, it helped me come to the opinion that I settle on.
Exactly. Yeah. You've got true quartz and sunstone and arrowsite in here. Officially, I think those are ores, but they don't have pallets, right? So they also go with the semi-precious gems.
That's the way that I typically do it. Same with Mahal's gift.
Yeah.
But if you don't have, if the math works out better to not include those, then don't include them. And if it works out better to include some of them, but not all of them, of those four that we're talking about, I would prefer to keep the true quartz and the sunstone together, wherever we put them. But if you want to keep the Mahal's gift and the Arazite over there, then that's perfectly okay. Like I said, however you do it. So. So what time is it where you're at?
Close to 7.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
No.
But I've got a great. So I live in a condo, and I've got a great neighbor who loves to do exercise with her home trainer thing during the night.
Ah.
Yeah. At least by now she only does it from Saturday to Sunday, which is an improvement. Before she did it also she basically did it every week.
Oh man.
Every day of the week if she wanted to, yeah. But so the nights are short sometimes.
Right. I fortunately have not had to live in a apartment or anything like that for a while. So
Yeah.
But in the past I've lived in apartments above bars. So that was always exciting.
Oh God, yeah, that's worse. Okay, I'm not as fast as you.
No worries. You'll get
And
fast.
then no one can see what I'm doing.
Right. The repetition will make you fast.
Yeah. I realized that it's easier to do with mouse and keyboard, and normally I play with controller.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm not super practiced with that. As long as we don't fight, I should be good.
We won't fight.
I have to change my
Oh, I just fell through the floor.
Oh, dang.
That's never good. That's part of the reason I want to keep us in the same area together too, so things don't get weird, so things don't get laggy.
That makes sense. How many actually precious gems do we have? We have sapphire and emerald, ruby, diamonds, and iolite.
Oh, and also if you wanted to separate black diamonds and put them somewhere else, that would be fine too. We could actually, If you wanted to, there's chests in the treasury that we could fill with black diamond. We could do a chest of black diamonds in there. If that makes the math work better for you. Not saying that we have to put them there.
Right now, my approach is more I'm going to make the math work for me.
Okay.
But ask me again in a bit and we see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm just tossing out ideas. I don't expect you to listen to any of them.
We'll see how things go. Wait, how do you fill the stack up to 30 then?
Okay, so once you have a single one in each slot, you grab the fat stack and you try to place it on the single one. And that should fill it to 30. If you clicked twice, it would fill it to 30 and then it would swap. It would put the fat stack on the chest and you would be holding the 30 stack.
Yep, that's working. Oh yeah, that's much easier with a mouse.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to talk to my cats while on stream, right?
Absolutely. I don't usually talk to my dogs when I'm on the stream, but that's usually because they just lay in my office and sleep while I stream.
Well, quite often when I play one of my cats, so I'm playing more or less lying down because health.
Right.
And one of my cats loves to lie on my legs, and she actually really loves it when I play because then I don't have a keyboard somewhere.
Right.
All the space is for her. So, and then she sleeps there. But right now, of course, I mean, I got up. They finally got fed. They were completely stuffed, obviously.
Right.
So right now they're up and about, and they're very like. Okay, obviously now they're silent because I'm talking about it, but they're very chatty generally.
Very vocal.
Yeah, they talk so much. Like you can't imagine how much they talk.
Yeah, my dogs typically don't do anything unless they decide that they want to go outside or I move my chair.
Yeah, then there might be action, so then they're
right. Yep.
Out and about. Now,
Or,
why did I drop? Sorry?
Or God forbid I would make too big of a motion in my chair, and then they think that I'm moving, so like if I stretch or adjust my seating or something like that.
How dare you, when you sit there for several hours,
right.
move at all?
I don't know. Okay, I'll have enough. I thought I was going to run out of granite.
That does not seem likely.
Well, I'm sitting here wondering, like, I'm doing, what is it, 6 wooden chests each of each kind of stone. And I have, the pack that I keep the stone in is, has 2 fat stacks of each kind of stone. So I'm wondering how I'm even coming close to running out, but then I'm realizing that the first stack that I was splitting, I've been building off of for God knows how many hours. So it's smaller than, it's probably 1.5 fat stacks or something like that.
Makes sense. Which, I mean, is still a lot when you come from not using fat stacks or mods or anything.
Yep.
Gingy, are you still around? May I ask then?
There should be about a 4 to 5 second delay from what we say
Oh,
to
yeah.
when the stream hears it, but oh, and I am labeling the chests with whatever's in them. If you're putting multiple kinds in the same chest, that's fine too.
Oh, I'm labeling them as well because I'm used to doing that because otherwise I never know what's in a chest. That
Right.
was one of the features I was so happy about when they
Same.
added that. Like, oh my God, finally.
I think the person that was the most excited about it was Sleepy, who we stream with.
Yeah.
Because she's like our organizer. She's always one. We just go to the base and dump everything in the dump chest, and then she organizes the dump chests for us.
Wow. Okay, the game just froze on me. Gingy, I'm gonna do a test today whether I can actually stream because a friend of mine pointed out something very valuable, which is that my internet sucks extremely. So I'll let you know if it works for next Friday. But yeah, my game is not doing anything anymore.
I wonder if it's gonna kick you out. That happened to Davey a couple times last night. But we were in a dedicated server last night, but it didn't happen until we came to. No, we weren't in a dedicated server for this world. Never mind. He didn't get dropped until we came to my world. So.
Hmm. Well,
It might be an overabundance of materials that's causing it. Did I just lose you? Hello? Well, hopefully she makes it back. Alright. Okay, uppers. I'll be here. Hello. Nope, guess not. Oh, it disconnected me because I was idle in the call for too long. So if you get things going again, Uppers, just hit that call button and it'll take me a minute to jump over to that screen and answer it, but I will answer it. Goes so much faster when the deposit all button works. Or deposit similar. That was weird. Hello.
I should be back.
All right.
And I just opened the game. I'm coming in.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. It happens. We've often, on our Friday night streams, theorized that part of the connection issues that we sometimes have is because we are spread out across the country. So if
I'm a
physical
bit further
distance,
than that.
if physical distance is an issue, then it makes sense that we're having an issue. I did discover something while you were gone, and that is, so earlier when I started this, I don't know if you were on the stream when I discovered it, but the deposit all button or the deposit similar button wasn't working. Like anytime I put the stack down, the deposit similar button would go away, but it is working now. At least,
that makes things faster.
yeah, you just drop one single piece into the chest and then hit deposit similar a bunch of times and you're golden.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, as long as your deposit similar button's working, it's pretty awesome.
Weird. It's weird though that it stopped working. I mean that.
Yes, I agree.
Wait. Where are the diamonds I was carrying? Uh-oh.
That's all right. We can always get more.
Did these fall through the floor now? There are 2 in the chest, and there are none left in my inventory.
Did they go in another chest by chance?
I'll have a look, but the game was freezing while I tried to do the whole sorting out individual ones.
Yep.
I'm also gonna look downstairs if they maybe fell through the floor, but not entirely. There is 1 stone lying here? Nope.
So I've been using the deposit similar button, and occasionally when I get to the last slot on the chest, it will kick something out onto the ground. Sometimes it's the stack of wood that I'm putting in there, and sometimes it is my backpack. So that's weird.
Oh,
I mean, these are the dangers of using mods, right?
true. Yeah. Uh, what comes after D? E. Emerald.
Oh, you're alphabetizing too?
Yes, that's the only way I can. Like, I was thinking about making it work in a kind of sorted way,
Uh-huh.
and I thought alphabetizing is the easiest. I don't need to think too much.
Sure. No, I'm not. I'm not judging you for it. I think it's genius.
I started doing that in our base in the very first campaign that I've now recently completed with friends.
Mm-hmm.
But it just like when you have fewer chests and you just keep collecting semi-precious gems and gems, it doesn't really work out.
Mm.
Oh well, I would have had to clean everything up once we got more. Like in the beginning, we didn't have Ruby, for example, and then suddenly we had Ruby.
Right. Nope. They heard something they didn't like.
They did.
Yeah, I got one. One of my dogs is sitting right outside the door of my office, growling. The other one
Oh,
barked at the door one time. I live out in the country, so
nice.
I own 55 acres, so the valley behind my house is all mine, and that's where their
Oh my
fenced-in
God.
yard is right behind the house, at the top of that valley. So
Oh,
they're very protective of anything out the back door. They're very protective of anything around the house, but they hear coyotes out there all the time. We have coyotes out there howling every night.
okay, well, yeah, that they probably don't like that. I would
Right.
bet. That sounds really nice. I kind of figured that you probably live out in the country because you've mentioned that you've worked as a hunting guide, I think it
Yep,
was.
that
It's
is
like you're
correct.
probably not really a person for big cities.
No, nope. I don't mind visiting them, but I don't need to. I definitely don't want to live in one. And
Yeah.
I have lived in some pretty good sized cities, but again, not for me.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, this is interesting. I just
That's nice.
started using the deposit similar button again, and now instead of doing stacks of 99, it's doing stacks of 100.
Oh.
Except a full stack of Elvenwood is not 100, correct? It's 50? Is that right?
I'm
Yep,
actually not sure.
it's 50. Yeah.
50?
So if I hit deposit similar, it stacks everything in stacks of 100. But if I hit deposit, if I just click regularly, it deposits it in stacks of the full stacks of 50. So I should probably
That's
change that.
weird.
It is weird. But again,
Hello.
using mods. And I'm not actually using the mod. I'm just using modded stacks, and the mod is uninstalled, so it's going to
Yeah,
act even
so
more
it's not
strange.
possible to disable it. You either have it and it's working, or you have to uninstall it.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is really pretty simple once you know how to do it. It's just a matter of just dropping the files into the packs folder.
Okay, yeah.
If you ever want
That's
to,
good
if
to
you
know.
ever want to install one, not that I'm trying to talk you into it or anything like that, but if you ever want to, I'd be happy to walk you through it. So
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I do think I will at some point. At the latest when I actually begin building, because
yeah, that's when it's the most helpful. Like if I was just playing the game, I wouldn't use fat stacks. Like I'm not going to uninstall it to play the game, but if I wasn't a big builder and all I did was play playthroughs, then I would never install fat stacks.
Yeah, exactly. Then you don't need it, but
Yeah.
and I'm probably also gonna get the Masterworks anywhere.
Oh yeah, that epic items in any slot. Yeah.
Thank you, that one.
It's a confusing one because I think when the game first came out, I don't know if it was an official reference or if that's just what people were calling them, but masterwork items were being called mythic items a lot in the
Okay.
Discord and on Reddit and stuff like that. And then then I found the mod and that referred to them as epic items, and then the game refers to them as Masterworks. So it's all weird, but
You counted 8 precious gems without Iolite, didn't you? I feel like I'm dumb and I'm missing something.
yeah, but I did count black diamonds.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. Then black diamonds go together with Iolite? Maybe? Ah, no, they're gonna go together with diamonds. Is that good or bad?
It doesn't make a difference to me.
Okay. Hello. Yes. Someone wants morning pets.
How many cats do you have?
I got 2.
Okay.
They're sisters.
Okay.
And honestly, they are more than enough for like 4 cats that might be less crazy or intense. Don't get me wrong, I love them to death, but they are kind of hyperactive. They've calmed down a lot. I got them when they were... Okay, stop. Do you want the crazy cat lady to start talking about cats?
It doesn't matter to me. I talk
clarify
about my dogs all the time, so.
Anyone opposed in the chat?
I've only ever owned 2 cats in my life, and one of them I got when I was 3 years old, and
Okay.
he lived to be 18.
Wow.
And then
Epic.
the other one was I only had for about a year because I lived in a duplex. I lived downstairs and my neighbor was upstairs, and
Wait, what's it? Okay, duplex is like a house with 2 different apartments, like
yeah, yep, it's
parts on top of each other, not next to each other.
correct. Well, some duplexes are side by side and each one has 2 stories, and some duplexes are one unit on the bottom and one unit on top.
Okay, thanks.
Just depends on how they were built. But so the one I lived in was originally a house that somebody turned into 2 apartments. So my neighbor who lived upstairs, big animal lover, and she was like looking out her window across the alley and across the side street from our house, so kind of diagonal across the block. And there was somebody in a dumpster, like stabbing at something with a stick in the dumpster.
No.
And so she went out there to see what was going on and discovered that this guy was trying to kill these 2 cats that were in the dumpster. And so she took one, and it was in a bad way, and she was trying to nurse it back to health, but she couldn't deal with 2 new cats when one was almost on its deathbed. So I took the cat from her, and I kept the cat until I moved somewhere where until I moved and I couldn't take the cat with me. So, and then at that point in time, she found somebody else to take the cat. So, but
okay.
Other than that, I've been a dog guy my whole life.
It sounds like it. To be honest, like there's different ways how people talk about cats and dogs. I honestly love both.
Yep.
And when I got the cats, I was very open. I was like, okay, cat, dog, we'll see, snake, whatever
Right.
works out. Well, snake obviously is a different kettle of fish. But so it was just like, I mean, here, the state I live in, it's very different, but a lot of states here, they have a rule that if you have a cat that goes outdoors, it has to be spayed
Okay.
or neutered. And the state I live in doesn't have that. So we've got like low population density for German standards and a high number of feral cats.
Oh.
And it's just super easy to go to a shelter and find young kittens.
Okay.
Whereas when I went to the shelter to meet dogs, they were like, "Oh no, this one was brought back 3 times. I don't think that's a dog for a beginner." I was like, "Yeah, no, I don't think so either."
Right. Right.
um,
I love
it
the
just worked
idea
out that
of
way.
I love the idea of adopting a pet from a shelter. Typically, I I make my dogs work, whether they're protecting something or they're a hunting dog, or I've been attempting to train one as a service dog on my own, and that's not going so well. But that was the original purpose of getting that particular dog. So when it comes to getting a dog for work purposes, getting one from a shelter is very hit and miss.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you end up getting something that doesn't work, and then you've got a dog that's not doing the job you wanted it to do, and then you either need to find a home for it or just deal with it, and that's not fair to you or the dog. So
exactly. Yeah, yeah. I think for working dogs, it's very different because you don't know the history.
yeah,
Um, Possibly not even the shelter knows much about them. But I'm like generally I'm very much like working dogs and service dogs somewhat accepted. I'm very much an adopt don't shop person.
hmm
Especially cats, to be honest, because there are so many. And I mean,
right,
I know in the US it's way worse than here. There are
yeah,
so
it's
many
terrible
cats
here
that
because nobody
that
has,
exist.
yeah, nobody has a law that no state here has a law that says they have to be spayed or neutered. So,
Yeah.
and a lot of people have them on like a farm. They'll have farm cats for keeping mice down around their buildings and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
then those cats will get pregnant and have a litter of kittens, and then they just
Yeah.
take all the kittens and just release them somewhere. They don't even try to.
Exactly.
They don't take them to a shelter. They
Yeah.
don't anything. So
Yeah. And so there, I really think there's so many. There's no need to get a purebred cat unless it's something very, very specific. But like this kind of like, oh, now this breed is on vogue, and then another breed, and I'm just like, people. Hilariously enough, though, I'm 90% certain that my cats are half Siamese because they are very much not like standard house cat.
right,
Uh, One of the things being so chatty, so extremely chatty, that's like very typical Siamese.
yes, yep,
Uh, but it would also make sense that someone here has a Siamese, didn't get them spayed or neutered, and
sure,
they go outside and have fun.
yep,
What's very common for dogs here, I mean, that's a distance thing, right? Is adopting stray dogs from Romania, Spain, Greece, Turkey. Like, there's a lot of organizations that organize adoptions.
oh, okay,
So for me, it's quite confusing because whenever I see pictures of U.S. dogs, most of them are purebred
yeah. I mean,
or
there's
like a mix where you recognize what's in them
right, yeah,
to a degree. And here, so often I just see dogs where you're like, yeah, like breed would be some kind of mutt.
right, right. Yeah, and we definitely have our fair share of those kinds of dogs, but definitely you're right. A lot of them you can look at and be like, "Oh, that dog definitely has some boxer in it," or "That dog definitely has some terrier in it," something like that. But
Yeah.
very common, very common shelter dogs in the U.S. are like what everybody wants to call a pit bull, but which is actually like usually a Staffordshire Terrier or something along those lines.
Yeah,
Everybody just
that
likes to
makes
call them
sense.
pit bulls and try to get everybody
Yeah, they're
scared
not
of
pit
them. And
bulls,
no,
but that's crazy. I think in most states here they are not allowed, or like you have to have a special license to have them
yeah,
because people consider them dangerous because there have been accidents because the owners were the problem, but you know.
yeah. That's how I see it. I typically say the owner is the problem. Actually, some of the best dogs I've ever known have been quote unquote pit bulls. Um,
Yeah.
and like they're the nicest, sweetest, most lovable things, and then they've got this bad reputation because people like to use them as fighting dogs or poorly trained guard dogs and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and when an accident with them makes the news, it's about the breed
yeah,
and not about like, okay, why did this dog do whatever?
right.
Um,
Yeah, Ginger, you're definitely right. It's about how they're trained and how they're treated.
yeah, 100%.
Oh, if your dwarf is in need of food, I have plenty of lambas and I have a backpack full of food over there also.
I did bring some llamas. That's about the only thing that I brought.
Okay.
Uh, so I'm good in that regard, but thank you. Sometimes my game decides to create 2 stacks when I'm trying to drop one, so I'm slowly multiplying the stacks that I'm carrying, which is not useful for the backpack.
No, it's not. But we can always make you another backpack to get stuff cleaned up too, so.
Might have to, because I can't stack them back up.
Right. Or if you just need to throw down a chest and put stuff in a chest, that's fine too, because I'll come back through here when we're done and I'll reinstall the
Yeah.
Fat Stacks mod and come back through and pick everything up.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. That sounds definitely like a smart idea.
I don't know if you were on stream when I was building the fire pit earlier, but I had to destroy a pallet of coal like 3 times.
No,
Yeah.
I was not around
So
then.
I've got 4 chests over there that are full of full stacks of coal, 30 stacks of coal.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, and if a lab can do it, Gingy, any dog can do it.
Yeah.
Because Labradors are some of the most laid-back dogs I've ever met.
Oh, but it's great that the dog wasn't put. The dogs weren't put down.
Yeah.
That's excellent because yeah.
So you were talking about
Ouch.
people there adopting dogs from Romania and other places like that, how they have programs where they're shipping these dogs around. We kind of have some stuff going on like that here too. Like there's a lot of stray dogs or dogs that are in need of homes in Florida. And
In
especially,
Florida.
yep, especially around Miami. So I guess maybe it's not just localized to this area because I'm aware of the Miami problem, the Dade County problem, because our local animal shelter is a no-kill shelter, and they bring in dogs from Dade County, Florida, and then try to adopt them. So they get these shipments of dogs, a couple times a year, and get them adopted out. And so I'm sure there's plenty of other programs like that in the country where whoever has an abundance is shipping them to places that no-kill shelters that don't have an abundance and getting it taken care of that way.
To be honest, the existence of kill shelters to me is very odd because it's not allowed here unless there's like super rare circumstances. Usually the only animals that get put down are those that like wouldn't make it health-wise.
Sure.
And I kind of get it when I look at like the size of the problems with cats and other pets as well in the US, but it's like, yeah, my brain does not want to compute that. Why is Miami or like why is Orange County in Florida? Why is that such a problem there specifically? Do you guys know that? Just like it started at some point and the population is keeping itself up?
I'm not sure about the Orange County cat problem that Gingy's talking about, but just because I haven't heard about that. But like I know that the Dade County thing, I've been told, I haven't done any research to know if it's true or not, but I've been told that it's a dog fighting problem, like people that do organized dog fights, and then those dogs get pregnant and they dump the puppies, or they have a dog that doesn't perform well and then they get rid of it. They just dump it on the street somewhere. Things like that. So.
Okay, so the cliche that I know, like for Florida, is that mostly retired people live there. Do they have dog fights?
No.
I know no, it's a cliche, right? So.
I mean, I would say that so there's three cliches that are associated, stereotypes that are associated with Florida in my lifetime, and that is retirement villages and crazy drug addicts. And then, have you ever seen the movie Scarface?
I have not.
Okay, it's an old 80s Al Pacino movie, early 80s Al Pacino movie. It's about a drug dealer. It's about a guy that comes over from, I believe, Cuba, and then he's like down on his luck, and then he gets into selling drugs, and he becomes this giant drug lord. So there's this huge like Hispanic Latino culture there, and they regularly get associated with the drug trade and things that go along with it, such as dog fights, all kinds of illegal activity. So again, it's a stereotype. So take it with a grain of salt, you know. But
of course. Interesting.
yeah, sounds like the typical cat problem, Gingy. People not taking care of them and people not getting them fixed. And Miami has a stray chicken problem.
Oh, do tell me more, please.
Well, I mean, a lot of Hispanic people keep chickens for food, for eggs, for butchering chickens for food. And then also what comes along with that is chicken fights. And so there's just chickens rampant in the streets of Miami.
But like, I mean, Hispanic people live in a lot of parts, like everywhere in the US.
They do, but I think that there's such a large population in a town like, in a city like Miami and the surrounding suburbs that are like unchecked, and like the illegal activity there is unchecked because they probably have a large enough drug problem that they're not worried about the chicken problem, like, or the fighting problem.
Urgent issues.
Yeah. So.
But I mean, it sounds funny.
Right.
I'll be honest. It does not sound funny when you consider how bird flu is currently spreading through the U.S.
Right.
That's gonna be an issue, I suppose. Okay, the math is not really working right now, obviously. Let's see how I'm going to do this.
Would it help to just ignore the chest idea of precious gems and ornate chests and semi-precious gems, or replacing one of the wooden chests with an ornate chest, or there's some vases over there that could be deleted and an ornate chest be put in?
Yeah, we kind of like the easiest would be to have either fewer chests, so I can always put 2 varieties into one chest,
Mhm.
half, or have more so that I can do individual. How many semi-precious gems do we have? I have to have a look at that. 1, 2, 3. 10-ish.
Yeah, Gingy,
If I didn't count.
you've got alligators eating chickens and pythons eating alligators, and that's another problem that Florida has, is the snake problem. Because people get these snakes as pets and they grow so big and they can't deal with them anymore, so they just let them go. And it's the Everglades, so which is like a
Yeah, they're happy there.
giant swamp. They're fat and happy. So
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna delete the vases
yeah, that's fine.
because I think that would make things easier for me.
I made a mistake. I put a chest that should have had ironwood in it. I ended up putting ubasum wood in it, so now I have to empty it all.
Oh, damn. Oh, am I allowed to say that on stream?
Yep, absolutely. This is not a kid-friendly channel. They say that that YouTube doesn't like it when you front load your stream with foul language. So if you're ever streaming yourself, even if you mark it as not for kids, try to
avoid that.
Try to avoid, like, in the first few minutes of your stream, but
and then afterwards you're good.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll be honest, it's something that, like, the way how things are rated is something that confuses me so much.
I have a perfect example of that.
Hang on 1 second.
Sure.
Ginger, WV, West Virginia?
West Virginia, yep.
Okay, thanks.
Um,
Please tell me the example.
So the example being, this game is rated PG-13, and we're allowed to have beer and alcohol and drink alcohol.
Yes.
But we're not allowed to have pipes and smoke pipe tobacco.
Well, also, we're allowed to have alcohol, but we're not allowed to get drunk.
Right.
So, like, I've talked to Claire about this because I was like, hey, when can our dwarves get drunk?
Right. Right.
And she was like, it doesn't work with the rating. And I was like, that makes no sense. So instead you teach kids that they oh my god, I might need you to fit the chest here because I'm not sure I can get that the way you have it.
Let me take care of this last stack of wood.
Sorry?
I said I'll come over and do it as soon as I take care of this last stack of wood.
Yeah, it's not super urgent. But like drinking and then not getting drunk.
Right. No, drinking with no consequences.
Exactly. That's like the least realistic thing, and like what you absolutely don't want to teach. Well, what I wouldn't want to teach kids. Let's put it that way.
Nope, you're absolutely right.
You got 8-year-olds playing GTA and let a dwarf be true. Yeah, that's
Yep.
I mean, I admit I do also have this very European thinking. I think we need one more chest of each.
Okay.
So here, violence, for example, is treated quite differently. It's slowly becoming more like the US, sadly. But like, so historically, people would flinch a lot more at violence than at nudity and stuff like that.
Sure.
And so for me, it used to be very confusing that in the US, violence isn't the problem, but stuff that happens consensually between two people who like each other.
Right.
It's very hard for me to wrap my head around. But also, I mean,
I was born
those are
and
cultural
raised.
things.
Yeah, I was born and raised here, and it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around. So
I definitely like, my impression is that more people start to talk about it openly with like social media and more people being exposed to the rest, or like not the rest of the world, but like some other countries having very different approaches to that.
right. Yeah, come on.
Yes, more cuddles. Hello. Oh, Ginger, you said I can't call myself a crazy cat lady until I have at least, I think, 10 cats, or what was it you said? I can't have 10 cats. I don't have the space.
Otherwise you would.
Not right now. I like, my health would not allow me to responsibly take care of them.
Sure.
Like, I've got to be like, I think that's like something where you have to be brutally honest with yourself.
Yes.
And for quite a while, I was really not sure if I could keep the two of them, if I would still be able to take care of them. So I'm super glad so far that has worked out. But 10 cats, no way.
So at one point in my life, I lived with a friend of mine's parents. I was down on my luck and needed help, and they helped me. So I lived in. They had a room in their basement that I rented from them for really cheap, and that friend's mother was a crazy cat lady in a different way. Like she had 12 cats in the house at one time, and but you would never know it. Like it's kind of the stereotype is when somebody gets that many cats, like
they're like everywhere, and everywhere you see it, and there's like
and you smell it, and
you smell it. Yeah.
Yep. So that was not the case. She had 5 like double-sized litter boxes in the basement that she cleaned out multiple times a day. She was a stay-at-home mom and well, a retired stay-at-home mom, I guess, at that point in time. And she vacuumed every day. So if you didn't see a cat when you walked in the house, you'd never known one was there.
Oh wow. And like cat furniture, like cat trees and stuff?
I think she had 2 cat trees in the whole house, and one of them was in the basement, kind of like out of sight, out of mind.
Good job.
And but yeah, all super fat and happy cats, and they were all strays that she had taken in from around the neighborhood and stuff like that. So.
And they probably still could go outside, couldn't they?
Yep, some of them would go outside. Some of them she wouldn't let outside because she had trouble getting them back, and she was worried about that. So, but as soon as she took one in, it went and got fixed, got spayed or neutered, and then as soon as one started spraying, like that's typically that's something that they do when they get older, right? So like not necessarily marking territory, but like losing control of their bodily functions and stuff like that. So then she would have to deal with that. But I mean,
yeah, but that's different. And I mean, still when they are fixed, at least the smell is not quite as bad as when they're not fixed. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they can become incontinent.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So you were saying that the idea of a kill shelter was a foreign concept to you. The crazy thing about that is, in my experience, shelters here are kill shelters unless they are like a non-profit organization.
Wait, so shelters are for-profit organizations?
No, like I guess I should say, so like the Humane Society, um,
Hmm.
like the animal control department, like the dog catcher, like the dog pound, whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
They're they're automatically, if they bring an animal in and they can't find a home for it within a certain amount of time, they're going to euthanize it. Um,
Okay, yeah.
unless the community or some nonprofit organization has come in and set it up to be a no kill shelter type of situation. Um,
Hmm.
but they're but the local government is not going to spend any money to keep those dogs alive or those cats alive for any length of time. If they basically
Okay.
they've got like a week to 10 days for the owner
Oh,
to come in
wow.
and claim them, or they get euthanized, or they get shipped off to a no-kill shelter. If
Hmm.
if the no-kill shelter says, "Hey, we have room, come give us your animals that are about to be euthanized."
Hmm.
So, like Gingy just said, a no-kill shelter is kind of a rarity here.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that's a legal thing. Just like how our animal protection law
Hmm.
works. Um, there are a lot of nonprofit shelters. There are also some, uh, well, not some, just quite a few that are basically ran by, I don't know, the local city or whatever, but so
Hmm.
under public funding.
Right.
Um, but yeah, our animal protection law, as far as I know, says that you're not allowed to kill an animal, obviously outside of like hunting and meat production and so on,
Hmm.
if there's no reason for it. And uh, like actual reason, like not having the space does not count.
Right.
But I do think that we have a lot fewer strays overall, uh, both cats and dogs. Thanks for the chest, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I just read Ginger's message
Yeah.
about the Humane Society.
Yeah, those abuse and neglect situations, a lot of those end up being like what they call a puppy mill.
Yeah.
And that's so, or like people just hoard animals too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, my sister's cats were from a kind of like bad breeding situation with inbreeding happening, and
mm,
they both have some health issues. Uh, because they are partly Maine Coon, and Maine Coon have certain health issues.
right.
And then, of course, if there's inbreeding, those don't become less common.
Yeah, they get amplified.
Exactly. Um, that definitely happens here as well. If you could get any animal that you wanted, and you have obviously like the ability to take care of it, and you have the space, and you can look after their needs and everything, what would you like to have?
So my whole life, there's two animals that have been on that list, and this is like, I'm assuming you're just talking about any animal at all, like assuming that if I was having it as a pet, it would be kind and friendly, and I wouldn't have to worry about it turning on me and killing me.
Yeah, and also assuming that like you can actually meet its needs. I mean, I'm not really a fan of like keeping tigers in small enclosures and stuff like that.
Okay, so
Uh, but as saying it's friendly and you can take care of it in a way that's good for both of you.
sure. Um, I've always been drawn to grizzly bears.
Hmm.
So if I could safely and humanely have a grizzly bear as a pet, that would be top of my list. When I was a young kid, it was a jaguar, like a black jaguar.
Hmm.
But realistically, I'm a big dog person. Like big dog person as in I really love dogs, and big dog person as in I like large dogs.
Uh-huh.
So my dream dog breed is an Irish Wolfhound.
Oh, they are amazing.
Yeah,
They are amazing.
but I don't think I'll ever get to
But
own one because of my disability. I have laminate floors all through my house, and
uh-huh.
I have a ramp in my house.
Uh-huh.
And it makes it hard on dogs to get around, and that's really bad for large breeds like that, like heavy breeds, because they'll
Yeah.
be slipping and messing up their joints and stuff like that. So
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, they do have quite a few health issues, don't they? Like they don't have a
yeah,
like
they
for a dog long lifespan.
yeah their lifespan
I've
is usually like seven
only
or eight
known
years.
one. I've only known one Irish Wolfhound. She was wonderful. So I'm very short and not particularly heavy, and she just loved to lean
Yeah,
against me, and I would like nearly stumble. There's
yeah.
also somewhere there's a picture of both of us lying in her dog bed, and we fit in there really well.
That's great.
But yeah, she also didn't get like I think she made it to like 9 or so.
Yeah. So I think the average life expectancy of a basically the larger a dog gets, the shorter its lifespan becomes. Um, its
Yeah.
life expectancy becomes. So I believe it's like 7 to 8 years on a large breed like that. Um, Whereas like my dogs are in the 40 to 60 pound range, and their life expectancy is typically like 12 years. Um, if you feed them really good food and make sure you take care of their health needs and stuff like that, you'll probably get 15. But the last couple of years might not be that great. So, whereas
Yeah.
my little Shih Tzu, I think she's 6, and I have a friend that has a Shih Tzu that is like 15, and it's blind in one eye and like has some
Yeah.
bladder control issues and stuff like that. But it's not gonna. It doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah. Okay, so wait, you've got the Shih Tzu.
Hmm.
The picture you shared of like it, of them being like in your jacket or whatever that was so adorable.
Yeah.
And what are the other?
All winter long, I wear this vest, and
Oh, you've got like a personal heat source,
yep,
and
and
well, they
she
have
just
one too.
she just loves to be in the vest. Like she will come up to my chair and she will sit there and bark at me and like kick her back legs at me until I pick her up and put her in the vest. So, and then I
Oh, that's
have
cute.
a couple years ago we had 6 dogs.
Okay.
One of them was a royal poodle, which is there's no such designation as a royal poodle. It's just a standard poodle that's really big. And we got
Okay.
him. It's a long, convoluted story, but we took him because somebody else couldn't take care of him,
Okay.
and found out later that person had his brother too, but his brother was in good health and a really desirable breeding stock because it's a
Okay.
large poodle that is a multicolor. Um, and
Oh.
then like a black and white, almost like dairy cow looking pattern
Oh wow,
on this
yeah.
dog.
People want that.
Yeah. So, but the dog that we took was had health issues, had ear problems, and had a malformed jaw and stuff like that.
Oh dang. Yeah.
So we had him for 4 or 5 years, and ultimately ended up having to put him down because his ear problems got so bad, and the vets couldn't do anything for him. We tried all kinds of different medicine and surgeries and stuff like that, and then the other dog we had was a technically it's a golden doodle, but he was black, and so he looked like a black golden retriever. And
Aw.
then we also had a standard poodle, and we bred the standard poodle and the black golden doodle together. We had 2 litters of
Okay.
puppies with them, and found great homes for all of them and everything. So we have the mother and the father. The father passed away 2 years ago, and
Uh-huh.
then just he was 10 years old, and it was his time to go. Um, and then so we still have the mother. She's 9 now, and then we have one puppy that we kept from their second litter. He's not a puppy anymore. He's 4 years old, but so he, oddly enough, black poodle, black golden doodle. We ended up with a white golden doodle. So
Oh, interesting. Genetics is like pet code genetics
yep, it's
is so
crazy.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So in one of those pictures, there was 2 dogs laying in a dog bed, and one of the black dog has its front leg over the back, like it looks
Yeah,
like.
exactly. Yes, that
So
was so sweet.
that's mother and son. Um,
Aw.
and then a couple years ago, my wife was driving home with the kids in the car, and they saw 2 stray dogs on the road in the middle of the country, and on a busy highway. So
Oh.
they were worried that the dog was going to get that these dogs were going to get hit by a car.
Mm-hmm.
So she pulled over and tried to get them to come to her. One of them came, and the other one took off running, like wouldn't come anywhere near her.
Okay, yeah.
So she brought the one home, which is the golden retriever that was in the pictures I posted the other day.
Okay.
So, and she was
Oh,
like,
wow.
when we got her, we thought that she must have been an older dog because she was really calm and laid back. And then we tried to find her home, like tried to find her owners, for like a month before we finally gave up and said, okay, she's our dog now. Um,
Yeah.
and so once she was all settled in and everything, and we came to the realization we were keeping her. Um,
Mm-hmm.
we took her to the vet and found out she had Lyme disease. And
Oh, okay. How's that in dogs? I only know about it in.
so, like lethargic, they'll become lethargic. They'll have joint problems.
Mm.
Ultimately, it will kill them. Um, but it's a slow death thing. So over the course of that month, like we're grooming her a couple times a week, brushing her out and stuff like that. And
Mm.
in that first 2 or 3 weeks, we pulled over 125 ticks off of her, and which is
Oh,
where the Lyme
wow.
disease comes from.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Yeah.
so, um, but then we took her to the vet, and the vet puts them on a medicine, like a 2-week medicine regimen, and then and that takes care of the Lyme disease. That clears up the Lyme disease. After that Lyme disease cleared up, she was like, I believe that when we got her, she was somewhere between 6 and 8 months old.
Oh,
Like
wow. And then suddenly
her,
you had like a teenager?
yeah. Suddenly we've got this puppy running around. So, but I mean, it's great. She's a great dog. I don't know why anybody would have ever gotten rid of her, but I can tell you that she was probably dropped out. Like she was probably loaded up in the car, drove out to the country, and dropped off because she hates
Mm.
getting in the car. Like
Okay,
she
yeah.
freaks out every time. Like she doesn't go
Yeah.
crazy and like tear stuff up, but like she has no desire to go anywhere near a
To be
car.
near a car.
Yep. Like if you
Yeah.
open the car door and try to coax her in, nope. When I take her to the groomer,
Yeah.
we have to pick her up and physically put her in the car.
Oh,
Um,
gosh.
which she only goes to the groomer like twice a year. We brush her and bathe her here at our house, and then because of her hair type, she can just go to the groomer like twice a year and get a trim and get brushed out really well and washed and whatever. But so she doesn't have to get in the car very often. But she's a really good dog. Like I also believe that she was slammed in a door probably multiple times. Like that was just something that somebody did to abuse her, because
Oh my god.
when I open the door for her to let her in and out, she's very hesitant to come through the door while anybody's touching it.
Oh shoot. Yeah.
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 So.
That makes sense.
But like when we first had her, like we were in the process of building our house when we got her, and we have I have a large steel building across the driveway from my house. I call it my shop. It's basically a big garage, and it has an apartment attached to the back of it. And we built that apartment because we wanted to be able to move our kids into this school district before our house was going to be finished. So we lived in the apartment, family of 5 with 6 dogs, living in this small apartment for probably a year and a half. But while the house was being built, my wife has this dog that she just found in the ditch, and she's walking from the shop to the house, and we're just going to take the dog into the house with her. But the dog wouldn't go in the house, and like my wife wasn't gonna grab her by the collar and drag her in there or anything like that. So she's like, okay, well, this is the test. Like, I'm going to, you can. She got to the door and she just sat like that was her job. Like she was supposed to sit by the door and wait for you. And and my wife's like, okay, this is the test. Like, I'm going in here. I'm gonna be in here for 5 or 10 minutes, and if I come back and you're gone, then none of this was meant to be. So
yeah,
that's what my wife did. Only she got into the house and she started talking to the contractor, and she was in there for 45 minutes and had totally forgotten that the dog was even outside.
Yeah.
She went back outside, and the dog is sitting there at the door where she left it. So.
Oh my god.
So really good, well-behaved dog. Like.
Yeah.
But.
Wow, and also clearly very attached to humans.
Yes, absolutely. She like so attached. Like her favorite human is my 13-year-old son, and she does this to him regularly. She sleeps in his bed with him, but she does this to him regularly. But she does it to other people when he's not around too. If you're sitting anywhere for any length of time, she will come lay by your feet, and she has to be touching you. Whether her chin is resting on your foot, or her paw is on your foot, or she's licking your foot, she has to be touching you.
Okay. Oh.
It's super cute until it's your foot that she's licking, and then it's really annoying.
I believe that. Yes, 100%. But yeah, there's something so special about the love that animals give you who know what a bad situation is.
For sure.
And you got them out of it.
100%.
Okay, I was totally wrong about the whole thing, like we need one more chest, so the math isn't working, and you can have a look at what I'm doing later. Some chests have 2 things in them, some have only 1. If you're unhappy, I can come back.
No, it's fine. It'll, however it works, because like I said, you're gonna do it as good or better than I would have, so.
Well, if you later on think like, oh, it would be actually good to have a full chest of something, we can still change that.
I'm definitely not worried about that, because whether it's on a dedicated server or whether it's like somebody like you that's on PC owning the chest or owning the save file, the idea
you just
is.
Popped by. Hi.
Yeah,
Sorry, I just saw your dwarf.
The idea is I'll be able to reload the world on the dedicated server, and
okay, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So as long as anybody can come in here and get the abundance that they want, like when in one trip, then that's fine. And half of a chest of any precious gem is more than enough for anybody. So
let's hope so.
In my opinion.
Mine too. I mean, if it's not, they can still go to the warehouse.
Yeah, well, and the idea being, like, if obviously people on console don't have the option to just reload it whenever they can't come in here and clear it out and then reload it and clear it out again. They have to wait for me to reload it, and it might be a couple days or a day or something like that. So, but a person in your situation or my situation can empty it out and reload it on the spot and empty it out again if they want to. So
True. Yes, very true. It's really shitty that there's this difference in what console players can do
yeah,
and what PC, like even just like with the dedicated servers, of course console players can also get one through Nitrado or however you pronounce that,
right,
but they can't load their existing world onto there.
right.
They have to start a new world, which I mean, I know it's a technical restriction. It's just
But also,
unfortunate.
but also,
But also,
if like let's say so Genji is an Xbox player. Let's say that Genji joins the BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild, and I give her the save file. Like I would give her access to the all members are going to have access to the dedicated server, not just console players. But I can
quick
also
question: do we have to take care of the siege?
yeah, yep.
Coming.
It looks like it's way over at Belaghost Forge again, or at the Blue Mountain Hunters Lodge, Belaghost Forge. I was
just like, Belaghost Forge is not in the...
Well, so the reason I misspeak all the time and call it Belaghost Hunters Lodge instead of the Blue Mountain Hunters Lodge, but it's okay because the Blue Mountain the Belaghost dwarves are from the Blue Mountains, so that's partly why I confuse it all the time. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's all the way over here at the Hunter's Lodge.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the...
yeah, it couldn't possibly be further away, so... Oh, red eyes.
Oh, fun.
Including Uruks.
Oh. Well, I've got death tools. I hope that's alright.
Yep, that's fine. As long as you don't hit the building.
Yeah, I am aware of that. Come on, come to me. Did I bring... Oh, I do have another weapon. That's safer. Wait, where are those guys?
That's what I'm... Oh, probably over at the outhouse again.
Also the door doesn't... Okay, now you're leaving.
Yes, they aggressively wanted to talk about car insurance or my car's extended warranty.
Or your card's extended warranty.
Right. I don't have a repair hammer on me. I can come back and fix it later.
I thought I'd grabbed it, but apparently I don't, because I don't have one on me either.
You probably switched backpacks.
Oh, I dropped my backpack.
Yeah.
I was like thinking about what I'm gonna take, and then I decided I'm just gonna drop the backpack because I have some.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm gonna head back.
Yep, I'm heading back too.
Keep refilling.
I see Davey was decorating my trolls during the
Yes,
tour last night.
I was watching it. I was watching him place. Like I was on his stream, so I saw him place the things, and I was like, oh my god. But there's actually fewer wazes than there were before. So the one that has it on top also had one in its hand.
Uh-huh.
And then the one like right next to it, there's citrine floating between the arms of those two. Okay.
I see it.
Not just me. Had one in its hand too.
I'm really surprised. Usually he puts a wall torch on the troll's crotch.
For real?
For real.
Okay. I want to sing a drinking song. Can we have an in-between ale?
Yeah, absolutely. But yep, there's some over here. Now that I think about it.
Woohoo!
We have evening ale.
Mm-hmm.
We have smoked mead. I'm pretty sure there's smoked mead and mulled cider over here. And probably the same on this side, but these bigger tanks might have something different in it.
Ginger. I'm good with smoked meat. I will drink anything except orcish medicine right now.
Right. I love smoked mead, so I will say that smoked mead is the official BearKnuckle Brawlers Guild brew.
Excellent. I love that.
Gingy says it's a delicacy.
Oh my god. Well, okay, if trolls are really rare, I can see that, because delicacies usually are something that's very rare. But given how many trolls are in Edgebeard's front yard, I'm not so sure about.
So, a common dish, not so common. I shouldn't say common, but the American version of what Gingy is talking about would be Rocky Mountain oysters.
Rocky Mountain oysters. There's no oysters in the Rocky Mountains, so
no, they come from underneath a cow. They come from underneath a bull.
Yeah, I was like, okay, what is it actually?
Yep. So,
Wait,
so we're gonna
Where do I need?
we're gonna call these Misty Mountain oysters.
Works. Yes, there is, ma'am. All right. I stand corrected. There are oysters. I kind of thought those required, like saltwater, marine environments. I was wrong.
Right.
I'm glad to be educated.
I am going to go stock the kitchen of the Forge Keeper's apartment.
Okay. I'm still like on the. I'll let you know when I'm done. With the
No worries.
Precious and see my precious gems. Oh, I didn't want to make a whole chest of citrine. Well, now it is a whole. No, it's not yet. I can still. Can I? Oh, I can see. Oh. I will never call them anything else. You let me know when you want to go to bed, though, right? Because I'm finally waking up.
I am getting tired, but I've got a little bit more life left in me.
You don't have the world on. No, you just shared it online, because it's like I can also just keep filling things.
Unfortunately, I haven't put it on the dedicated server yet.
No, good. I should work on the wiki. That is what I probably should do. So, after Claire so kindly announced that we are migrating to everyone who was listening,
Right.
we hadn't talked about.
No, I was saying that I thought that same thing when she said it. I was like, oh, I don't know if that was the time to say that, but.
Hi, Grandma. Yes, it is Eppers. Well, I usually abbreviate it as Epper because it's like 3 words, Epper, see, move over, but I love that it just established itself as Eppers here. Well, I mean, it's not a secret. Anyone can go into the WikiForge channel, right?
Like, yeah, absolutely.
You can look it up, but there's a difference between actively looking it up and having someone tell it.
It's so strange the way people do things on Discord. Like, I'm gonna butcher his name, but he's one of the wiki guys. His name starts with an SH.
Shandare,
Yeah, something like that.
that
Yep.
person. Yes.
He was. We were talking. Somebody was asking earlier about statues because they hadn't found the first age battle axe yet. They hadn't found enough.
Okay.
They hadn't found the recipe for the first age battle axe yet.
Is that sandbox?
And it is sandbox only. So that was the discussion. And then a couple of us were going back and forth, and I said, well, there's a steel war axe. Well, it's not a steel war axe, it's a steel battle axe. And so somebody's like, no, there's not. Not in campaign. And I'm like, okay, well, I misspoke. I'm sorry. But the whole time I'm thinking, afterwards, I'm thinking, why didn't we just send them to the wiki? Like, hey, check the wiki. All the information's right there.
Yes.
Because that's ultimately what I did. I'm like, no, I'm positive that there's a two-handed steel battle axe. So I went to the wiki, and I'm like, oh, I'm just calling it by the wrong name. So.
Yeah. The thing is, I think some people seriously just aren't aware of it.
Right.
And some others have looked for one specific thing, and they haven't found that, or that single page had an error, and then they're like, oh, the wiki is full of mistakes and errors, and it's incomplete. And I'm like, yeah. That's why when people say that, I usually ask, like, what exactly were you missing? Because, we are working from, like, okay, we know all of this is missing. And, like, right now, for example, I'm working on, as I asked you for the screenshots yesterday, on the goals and the mysteries. Yep. But that's because I go through things in a structured way to not lose track of what I'm doing myself.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense.
But if someone says, like, hey, this would be really good information to have, I'm more than happy to add that early. Like, that's not...
Right.
That's not the issue. But usually people don't, after they complain, they don't respond to me asking that. I don't know why.
Because people don't like to be called out. And that's...
Well, the thing is, honestly, I'm trying to be friendly about it. Unless someone's really, really rude, I try to be friendly about it.
Right.
Like, hey, this would actually help us. But if they still feel called out, I guess...
No, and I'm not saying you're being rude about it in any way, shape, or form. But that's... So when somebody says something... when somebody's bitching about something, and then you say something to them about it, like you're like, hey, we're happy to help. All you have to do is ask. Then they're like, oh shit, I was an asshole there, and then they don't want to.
Yeah.
Then they clam up. They don't want to talk about it anymore. So.
Actually, it's not that much of a problem. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm just not gonna say anything anymore. Which is a shame. Also people just want to complain. Oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Some people just live to complain.
Honestly, I don't think it's something of the newer generation. In my experience, it's not a generational thing. For me, it stretches generations. Actually, I would, okay, obviously I live in a bubble, but, the people I overwhelmingly met also online tend to be, the younger people are more open about mistakes or are more honest about certain things than older people I've met. But this is statistically zero representable. So,
so I think that
representative.
I think what Gingy is saying is probably a product of the fact that people that don't complain surround themselves with other people who don't complain. So when they hear somebody that is complaining, they typically are of a different generation. So it's easy to assign it to their generation, which isn't that, which might not be accurate, but yeah, I think that's where it comes from.
That makes sense. Okay, I wanted to do a whole chest of Mahal's gift, but now I have Jade. Alphabetically, Jade comes first, and I didn't want to do... If I do half a chest of Jade, what do I put with it if it's not Mahal's gift? My brain is not.
This is probably coming way too late, and is probably adding another element of nuance that's just going to make it more complicated. But Jade is green, and emeralds are green. So I would have put, if I was going to split a chest, I would have put emeralds with Jade. But I think you already did emeralds.
Well, you also said that you would put precious gems in the ornate chest.
Yep,
and semi-precious.
You're absolutely right. So
I can do one of those.
Right. Right. So again, we're back to it. It's in your hands. So
Well, if anyone is going to complain about that, they have the save. They are welcome to change it in their save.
absolutely, absolutely.
And if they're on console, I apologize. They can still do it.
Gingy, I know
Yeah,
exactly
colors
how
would
you
have been a
feel.
nice way of doing it too.
Yeah,
Sorry.
color coordinating would have been a good way, but I didn't think of it until just now. Um, and she is alphabetizing Gingy, so that's even better. Um, Gingy says that
Yes, I am.
sometimes her hands don't coordinate with what her brain is trying to say.
Oh my god.
I'm the same way all the time, and it's way easier for me to translate what you were trying to say than it is for me to translate what my brain is trying to say.
100%. Also, it's not just between my brain and my hands, it's also between my brain and my mouth.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely. Okay, actually, I know what I'm. No, I don't know what I'm going to do. Sorry. It's just like unfiltered thought process.
That's all right. I'm
Okay,
here for
chat.
it.
You're around. You tell me if I put. So I'm alphabetizing, right? So we've got one chest with Erosite, one chest with citrine, however you pronounce that, and garnet, like those two. And then the
Mhm.
next chest, in theory, would be Jade and Mahal's gift. But I want to do a full chest of Mahal's gift. So do I put Mahal's gift first and then a chest with Jade and Quartz, or Jade and Quartz first and then Mahal's gift? Either way, it's going to upset the alphabetizing thing. Or do I just say, screw it, we don't need full chest of Mahal's gift? You tell me. See, I'm doing the same thing that you did, which is outsourcing the problem.
Yep. Delegating.
Delegating. That sounds much more
More professional.
professional, 100%. I think actually Sunstone and True Quartz can get a chest each as well. Probably now everyone's going to be like, oh, I don't have an opinion on that.
Dwarven Gingy says banana. And
Okay.
Grandma is questioning whether or not Mahal's gift is considered a gem. And we discussed.
Well,
Wait, actually, we didn't
sorry.
discuss Mahal's gift earlier. We discussed True Quartz and Sunstone, and what was the other one?
No, you mentioned Mahal's gift.
Yeah,
The
but
thing about Mahal's gift is that it's nothing. It has no category.
right.
So
You know, it used to be a
when you look at
food.
it, right? I
Do you,
think
do
you
you remember
mentioned that.
that? You used to be able to eat it.
Well, I wasn't around. This is so weird. I've only been playing this game since November. I'm
Okay.
actually like really new.
Right. Right.
I don't know how I did this in the last month. I like jumped into the mines and was never seen again.
It's like you were meant to be here.
Yeah, seems like it. And I met a shit ton of amazing people. So like, why would I leave now?
Right. Right.
But
So
so there's a lot of early game stuff that I don't know about. But I think you or one of the others have mentioned it.
yeah, yeah.
Would
It
it
comes
give
up a
you
couple
like?
times. It didn't
Would it
do
do
anything. It
anything?
didn't do anything. No,
Okay.
it was just because of it. It's supposed to regrow at the shadow vents. Even if you build a lamp there, it's supposed to regrow like every 4 days,
I
like a
know.
plant. So I think that
Yeah.
when they added that mechanic to it, it made it edible, and they didn't realize that that was going
Ah,
to happen, so they had to go in and fix it.
it's just hilarious.
So
Okay, yeah, you're right, folks. It's not a gem, so I'm just gonna put it at the very beginning in the very first chest and then start the alphabet thing with the semi-precious gems.
there
Anyone
you go.
opposed to that?
That makes sense to me.
That a solution people can live with? Only playing since September. Oh, yeah, that's also recent. Okay, that just means that I have to arrange a few things.
It is no category, Grandma. It doesn't have a category.
Yeah. It's like when you look at it in the when you in your inventory, there's just nothing underneath the name. Like True Quartz officially is ores in ore, which okay. But it doesn't say anything. Or Mahal's gift.
I think giving it its own chest either at the beginning or the end of the line is probably the best way to go.
It's shiny. It's shiny, and by now you can't eat it. I think that's also an important criterion. I usually put it with the box. Oh, now we have an entirely different way of doing it. Okay.
Is it used for making the resolve box? That's the only way that would make sense to me. I'm looking right now.
Me that? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking out loud, and I'm now looking at my.
I mean, we could also have it in 2 locations. That's what Lionheart does, and I think that's smart because like people looking for Durance lamps are gonna. Wait, does it? Yeah, it is needed for Durance lamps, right?
It is. Yep.
So they would look.
It's needed to. It's needed to make a Durance lamp. It's not needed to repair one.
Repair it. Yeah.
It is used for resolve a box. Yes.
Well, 2 locations it might be. Does that work with how you've planned things?
Yeah. Because I don't have it. So if something's going to be in 2 locations because that's what makes sense, that's fine by me. Like all those gems are over there because they're underneath the rune tables. Like the rune tables are right up above your head. Mm-hmm. And the ink grinders are over there. If
and ink grinder is the thing for dyeing stuff. Sorry.
Right. So, and then down here, down at the bottom of the stairs from where you're at, there's looms and spinning wheels. So
I saw those, yeah.
There's hides and fabrics there, but fabrics and hides also make sense at the workbenches, which are across the way. However, I haven't put chests over there for those yet, but we're also all in the same hearth area. Oh, I just got kicked off.
Yeah, me too. Well, the host of the game has left.
Yeah. It went to a loading screen, and then that was it. It said, connection with online services interrupted. So give me 1 second.
No worries.
I'm going to put up a be right back screen. And get a new code.
Oh, Alaskan's playing BG3. Nice. Have you played that?
I have not played that. I have thought about playing it, and I initially had mixed feelings on whether or not I was going to play it, but I keep on hearing great things about it, so I might try it.
Might try it.
I just purchased Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that somewhere.
I think it was on the stream last night. I might have said something about it. But it was it's normally like a $50 or $60 game for the collector's, the Ultimate Edition or the Collector's Edition or whatever it was that I got. And it was $20 on Epic right now.
Oh, nice.
So
I'm not gonna say no to that if you
right.
The game that a friend of mine casually described as, I thought it was like about having horses. Yeah.
Yep.
You can't make this game about having horses, I guess.
Yeah, that'll work.
The title image, like that guy with the gun, maybe be a bit of an indicator that it's not only horses. What did y'all pay for RTM? Okay, I paid nothing. I only paid for the DLCs because my closest friend, my platonic heart buddy, she gifted it to me for my birthday. That's
awesome.
And she's sorry.
No, go ahead.
She was not quite sure if I would like it, and since then she's just been like watching me. I spend a ton more time on it than her. I'm in the Discord. right now, sharing a stream for the first time. She's just like, I was wondering whether you'd like this game. Now I have trouble finding you because you're somewhere in the mines. That's what happened.
I put a code in the Discord.
Yeah, it's searching,
Okay.
but it keeps searching.
I wonder if you interrupt it and then try again, if it'll change.
Okay. Nope, actually, I'm gonna check my internet speed real quick because that has been going up and down a little bit recently.
Okay. So, Genji, I paid, initially for the game, I paid, I think, $42. And, but since then, I've bought a total of, I think, 6 or 7 copies of the game. And I've paid anywhere from, like, 28 on down to 20, I think, for those various copies based on Steam sales and stuff like that.
Yeah. I love that you gifted it to so many people.
Yeah. Good night, Grandma.
Good night, Grandma. Okay. It's found the game now, but I can't join, right?
I am
Not
in,
found.
and I'm moving. Oh, I'm getting kicked out again.
Ah.
All right. I'm going to try one more time, and if that doesn't work, then I'm probably going to call it a night. But just give me 1 second here.
All good. I'm still carrying the backpack, though. I can put it somewhere
You
safely and give it back to you.
You didn't leave anything in my world, did you? Like, you didn't drop a backpack of your own, did you?
No, I came without one.
Okay. So I'm not worried about that backpack. I have that backpack duplicated in a warehouse world of my own.
Okay.
So you can keep it.
Thank you. You've got 2 chests with various sizes of stacks of gems I
That's all right.
accidentally split.
Post online. Oh, it's not even... I've got the flashing 3 dots when I click toast online. Failed to launch game. Try again.
EOS, what are you doing?
I would be surprised if my internet was acting up. I mean, anything's possible, but let me check that quick.
Okay, no one has written on the Discord yet about it, or... Oh yeah, they did. Play session for 3 hours, then we got kicked. Andvari got kicked too. Yeah, seems like it started at 8:30ish.
Mm. Well, it's definitely not my internet. I have 215 down and 218 up, so.
Oh, go home. I don't want to talk to you. I've got... When things are running well, I've got 10 Mbps. And usually I have 2 up. Which is why I'm not sure if I can actually stream it. I should have thought about that before. We've got fiber optics up to the house, but like within the house.
I remember you telling me that, yeah.
Yeah, the cables. They are supposed to get done this year, but there's 8 more months left. 10.
my average is about 250 up and down. And so it's a little bit low right now from what I'm used to, but I don't ever notice it, right? So
yeah.
But 2 years ago, I had to have MoFi internet, which is mobile wireless. Like
Uh-huh.
I had a unit in my house that connected to a cell phone tower,
Yeah.
and I was lucky to get 8. I was lucky to get
Oh,
I
yeah.
was lucky to get 8
Yeah.
down and like 1.5 to 2 up. So,
Yeah.
but
Similar.
because that was all we could get at our house, it was either that or satellite, and the satellite was way worse than that. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
but
Seymour Max said they also failed to host. Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting something like that with like mobile with 5G,
Mhm.
but I gotta check the prices.
Right. Right.
It might be worth just waiting and hoping that this year is actually gonna happen, and from time to
Gingy.
time bug my landlord and say
Right. Right.
we live in the 21st century.
Gingy is paying for 1 gig, but is getting 250. 250 MBS.
Wait, that is not the same.
Right. So there's a lot of in the U.S. in
Of
my
course, I don't hate
experience.
you. Sorry.
There's a lot in my experience in the U.S. There's a lot of companies that are like that. Like they offer you these packages where they're only going to give you so much, but
Yeah.
if you're located close enough to the source, they can't really control how much you're getting. So
Okay.
so you pay for the low package and you get the max. But
Wow. That's neat.
yeah, yep. So have
That
you
is.
thought
Sorry?
about Starlink?
I have, but
I
I
have
mean,
no idea how expensive it is. So
yeah, I live by myself,
okay,
and I don't think that's an option.
right.
And yeah, I'm. There are financial restrictions that come with not being fully healthy.
Sure. Believe me, I get it.
I was like, yeah, I don't have to explain that to you. So
So
that's not an option.
I don't know if you know my full situation, but I was involved in a work accident. I worked on the railroad.
Okay, I know that you're an amputee and that you've lost like 2 limbs, but
Yeah.
that's about what I know.
So I'm missing my hand from like mid forearm on the right side, and I'm missing most of my leg on the right side. I have like 6 inches of femur left.
Ouch, that's not a lot.
So I was working on the railroad and I got ran over by a train. So
Jesus.
but the railroad in the United States is the laws that govern the railroad are older than our current federal government, and so they're not governed by workman's comp laws, which is, I don't know if that's any type of thing that you guys have over there, but workman's
yeah,
comp.
for sure.
So
Yeah.
so
They are not?
I'm not. So
wow,
workman's
that's
comp did
crazy.
not apply to me, right? So
Whoa.
what happened was the railroad basically, after my accident, my short-term disability took over, and
Yeah.
through my insurance. When that ran out after 6 weeks, then my long-term disability took over, and that lasted a little over a year. And then after that, it's from the time of my accident to the time that I qualified for disability was 2 years. So they so after a certain amount of time, they kicked my family off my insurance. And then after another amount of time, they kicked me off my insurance. And then they paid for what we call COBRA insurance. It's like a gap insurance. And then as soon as I qualified for disability, they quit paying for my COBRA insurance. They didn't care if I had disability, just the fact that the time frame had passed for me to qualify for disability if I was going to.
That is ridiculous.
So,
okay, yeah.
and then they cut me off at that point in time, and so then I had to take them to court. But
yeah.
in the meantime, once I qualified for disability, the court case was drug out for 7 years, and so from year 2 to year 7, Medicare disability insurance is covering all my medical needs. But at some point they sent me a letter and said, hey, we know that you're working on getting a settlement from the railroad, and when you get that settlement, you're going to have to pay us back for everything that we've paid for that was surrounding your accident. So any prosthetics or any surgeries or anything like that, I had to pay them back for. And then they also said, and then moving forward, you're going to have to take a certain amount of that settlement that you're getting from the railroad, and you have to do what we call a Medicare set aside. And so I had to take a certain amount of that settlement, put it in a separate account, and then that's anything medically relating to my accident, like a wheelchair or a prosthetic or another surgery or anything like that, has to come out of that set aside amount. And then when the set aside amount is exhausted, then I can go back to Medicare and say, okay, set aside is exhausted, you need to start paying for stuff again. At which point in time, they are going to say, show us the paperwork and prove to us what you spent.
And that it's everything from there went to your medical expenses related.
Right, but also they're going to say, like, okay, you bought a wheelchair every 2 years, but we only cover a wheelchair every 5 years. So you're going to have to come up with some more money to cover stuff like this because we're not covering it. And the craziest part about that is they didn't tell me, Medicare doesn't tell you what your set aside amount has to be. You're supposed to figure that out on your own.
Well, that's helpful.
Right. So that's my nightmare. But
oh gosh, I mean, seriously, go ahead.
Everybody's like, oh, you got a lot of money from the railroad. I'm like, no, I got maybe what I might have made on the railroad if I'd have worked a full career on the railroad. But I just got it all in one lump sum, and now I have to make it last the rest of my life.
Exactly. Yeah.
So. Yeah,
and you have higher expenses because of medical things.
Yes. Everything is more expensive. Like I built a house, but I had to widen the hallways, and I either had to put in an elevator or put in a ramp. And every time I buy a vehicle, I have to buy a vehicle with a wheelchair that's wheelchair accessible. Stuff like that. So.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, and then you spend all the time on that bureaucracy, which is also so draining.
Absolutely. And that was like a formative part of my children's lives. Like my oldest son was 5 years old when, it's 5.5 when my accident happened. He's 16 now. So like I spent all those years not being able to do stuff because I couldn't afford to do stuff because I was living hand to mouth,
Yeah.
But,
oh my God. That's horrible.
So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm lucky to be here, and I'm happy to be here and watch my kids grow up and, make the best of everything. But
yeah, but you can still acknowledge the downsides. Like, I don't think it helps anyone to be like, oh yeah, no, this is great. No. There are a lot of great parts to your life, and that's wonderful. But that does not mean that everything is great about it.
Right. Absolutely.
Well, I don't think we're gonna have more luck today. If I'm
honest. I don't
honest.
think so either. I've been trying this whole time, and it's not.
Yeah. And more people are showing up in the general chat asking what's happening.
Okay. Yeah, failed the launch game. Host game failed. So. All right. Well, I appreciate your help.
On Sunday, people will hate Epic again.
Oh yeah.
On the US.
Yep. Is that what everybody in the chat is saying is Epic?
Well, they're not saying anything yet, but they're saying like it keeps getting interrupted. It's something to do with offline works.
Okay.
Hosting doesn't work, so I will try to host myself just to see if I can. And I'm happy to tell you more about my situation, but I think I'd rather do that not on the stream right now.
Sure.
Sorry, folks. I'm like testing the waters.
I'm actually going to go ahead and end the stream. I appreciate everybody stopping by. Gingy,
Thanks
thanks for
bearing
hanging
with
out.
me.
So, I'm going to try and be more regular about streaming, meaning I'm going to try and schedule stuff. And tentatively, that's looking like streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays, probably sometime late morning to early afternoon, Central Standard Time, and then, of course, the same Friday night game with the Mozart crew. So
Nice.
everybody can keep an eye out for that, and maybe I'll be able to start putting stream schedules up. And I'm not saying that I won't still pop in and stream at random too, but definitely some more scheduled stuff. So keep an eye out for that.
I might ask you for help finding those 2 Duran statues if I can't find them.
Sure. Always.
Not the usual request you get.
Right.
We'll see.
Right. I'm happy to come stumble through your world with you.
Oh, thanks.
All right.
It's the one I share with friends, so I'm going to check in with them first and see if we find it together.
Sure, absolutely.
Good night, everyone who's going to bed. Ginger, I saw your friend request. I already accepted it.
Everybody have a good night.
Thanks for hosting me, having me, whatever.
Yeah.
Say that?